evil blanket fish has awoken.
Alright. We are live once again. Looks like everything's coming in. And we're going to be continuing with Lost Odyssey. We were in the Great Ancient Ruins yesterday. Got about halfway into them, and then I had to backtrack back to the beginning, because, yeah. Kind of got stuck in there for a while where I couldn't find a save point. I had to push through until I could get to the point where I could go back and save. But we got all of the trauma out of the way yesterday, and that we picked up all the dreams that were left over. We've only got 4 left, but we need to wait for the airship, which is currently a boat, I think, to go back to being an airship before we can get those. This freeze up on me? Yeah, it looks like it did. That's not a good sign. It's definitely not a good sign. Alright, let's give this a shot again. Well, the gear is spinning this time. Last time it wasn't. There we go. Don't know what the hell happened there, but I'm gonna hope that was an isolated incident and not a harbinger of things to come. So as far as I know, I think we had gotten about halfway into this dungeon where I called it. Although we are going to have to run through the first half again to get back, since I had to go out to the beginning to get to a save point. I just had to go in deep enough that it would actually let me backtrack, because that was kind of cut off when you first get here, when they split into 2 groups.
Take him now. trying to remember where the platform that led up was. I just remember that it involved going downstairs to get to it.
I'm always ready.
Still have no idea what this spell does.
It appears I've still got a lot to learn.
There it is. And this takes me down. That one takes me all the way up. Okay, so now we're caught up. Oh, are you fucking kidding me? Are you? I didn't want to press forward because I was afraid I'd get thrown into another situation where I wouldn't be able to backtrack. And literally, had I just gone 2 steps forward, I would have had a save point.
Rest? No, let's hurry and find this magic stone.
Yeah, but look at the Boy King. I don't think he's walked ever. I'm okay.
You don't have to push it.
Thank you.
I ran all the way back to the beginning, and all I had to do was go a couple of steps forward, and it would have been a save point. Ah, the game trolls me sometimes. Oh, this is huge! There's another one there, too! This is what the Eastern Tribe people do all day. They just make huge stuff. Oh, whoa, what was that? This stone's overflowing with spirit magic. This is it? This tiny little thing is the treasure we were looking for? Of course it ain't, you idiot. This is way too small for the Nautilus. Something this size. Well, the magic-powered locator seems like something. You think we can upgrade it with this? Of course. There, that should improve the detection range. Okay. Okay, yeah, all the... So these 2 I can get now. Crimson will... I can if I could get there, but the Crimson Forest isn't accessible right now. Probably not till we finish this dungeon. And then Mansion's Courtyard. That one we can go back and get now.
Oh, come on, give me a break.
Good magic, none.
Not even near my level.
time, learn the last two things. So now, how should we go from here? We go here, move that plate there. But then that would screw that up. Going the other way wouldn't work either. It looks like every path leads to a dead end. Well, there's gotta be some way. Let's split up again.
Don't let him get away!
I don't have the Earth Ring on me. I could maybe use the Beast Killer Ring. Hey, Jigs, how you doing?
Like taking candy from a baby.
So there's tier 3s. That's good to hear. Sounds like you're having a pretty good day then. I don't have a new, like a 5G phone. I still have a 4G one. I have an LG 5, I think? I don't quite remember. Nah, although I have kind of been thinking, because I do have an upgrade available to get, so I've been thinking of maybe switching over to an iPhone to be able to play Fantasian. But I'm also kind of still hoping that Fantasian will just get a port to something else. There's no reason not to make that. I don't know, I never really got into Apple stuff too much. I'm gonna jump to level 3. Definitely take that. Okay, so where am I going? Was there anything in particular that looked good to you?
Hi, everybody!
Hey, Ragnar, how you doing? Yeah, I never got the appeal of the iWatch all that much. Other than the, like, maybe the Fitbit functionality of it. But it just felt like you lose a lot of the smartphone capability that a lot of people get their phone for with the watch. Oh, goddamn. Yeah, no kidding, not like this. The disc looks perfectly fine. I'm not seeing anything wrong with it. I don't know. Like, I haven't seen the option to do that anywhere. Like, I've never owned a 360 before, so I don't know. I don't really know my way around it too well. There we go. Let's try that. Yeah, it'd probably be a good idea for me to do this for whenever I play any of the other games on 360. Maybe. I didn't really look around the interface too much. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I didn't really look around the interface too much. Had I known that was an option, I would have done it sooner. I'm more used to the PS3 where it would like basically have a pop-up that shoved up in your face that was like, "Hey, you want to install this?" It's like, "Yeah, sure." I may actually, once stream is done today, just install all the if I should have enough room. Just install the other 3 games I have, which is Blue Dragon, Magna Carta 2, and Infinite Undiscovery. Just for the simple fact that because that disc didn't have anything wrong with it. Like there was nothing, there was no scratches, nothing on it. So I may want to do that now in case it's the laser or the disk drive or something that's going bad. So yeah, I'll definitely have to do that after stream today. But if worst comes to worst for those other 3 games, as far as I know, the actual Xbox 360 emulator has made some pretty big leaps since last time I checked. I remember before, like, 360 emulation was just like nothing worked. But from what I understand, the 360 emulator, at least one of them, is that can actually play quite a few games on it now. So, worst comes to worst, and this 360 kicks the bucket. I mean, I'm gonna be pissed because I barely got to play 1 game on it, but I could probably hunt down the ROMs. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how far they've gotten with it, but it kind of makes sense because PS4 was made to be very, very much like a PC. So it shouldn't have been too hard for them to figure out how to do it. More so just, do you have a strong enough computer to do it? Yeah, apparently Xenia, Xenia, the emulator that's made the first progress so far. Progress on it is surprisingly fast. About 15% of titles can be played from start to finish, and another 60% have functional gameplay. And they're still actively working on it, so that'll probably improve over time. But that'll be a last resort if for some reason this 360 that I bought kicks the bucket, since they're not exactly known for being reliable. It does explain why the first time I tried to load it up, it like froze up on me. Yeah, hopefully at worst the issue is just that maybe the laser or the disk drive is acting up. So if I can install all the games after stream today, maybe that'll take care of the issue for when I decide to play the other 3 for this system. This does take a while though, damn. I really do wish I had known about this sooner. I would have done this earlier, but I just didn't look around enough. Yeah, it just needs to read the disk, but I have a feeling it can do that. Maybe, I don't know. We'll see what happens. I mean, obviously, if it can, at least for now, if it can install the data, it can obviously read the disk enough. Oh, 2/3 done. That sucked though, just out of nowhere. Cock blocked from what I was doing. At least I didn't make it too far in from the last save. In the case of this game, too, I'm pretty sure this game is still, like, you can still purchase digitally. Like, for absolute worst case scenario, I could buy the digital copy. I'm not sure about the other 3. Like, Infinite Undiscovery, Magna Carta 2, and Blue Dragon. I think Blue Dragon is another one that you can buy digitally. I'm not sure about the other 2. Don't know if they're still in the marketplace. Yeah, I once again blame Microsoft for this.
A, for just the 360s having such a high failure rate, and B, for their decision. Oh, no. Okay. That freaked me out a bit there for a second. It's just the power saving. Second there, I thought it glitched out. Yeah, and also just for their fact to not use Blu-ray, so their discs could be easily damaged because they were just normal DVDs. $5% more. Alright. So hopefully there'll be no more problems. We can also see if maybe the loading is faster. Seems like it is. Yeah, I definitely should have done this from the beginning. Didn't know it was an option. Because like I said, on PS3, the installing your game was pretty much always done from the main menu of the game itself. So I figured maybe this was the same way. And I never saw the option, so I thought maybe this game was too early in the life cycle where maybe that wasn't an option.
Don't overdo it!
That's just because you finished watching that Apple thing. It's making you want tech.
I did it! A perfect battle!
Yeah, the load times are definitely better. I screwed myself by not doing this earlier. So now that glasses aren't on the menu, what would be your next best thing to get when you want to buy something? Go for that. I mean, if you really feel the need to buy something, I mean, at least then it'd be something functional. I guess the answer to that, it depends on how much do you think you could be riding around during this winter? Like, if you feel you're going to use it a lot this winter, there's probably no harm in getting one. You feel you're going to be using it more often in spring or something, then get the regular.
Let's take him down.
Okay. Death calls. You must answer.
Not that often, really. Honestly, I think the only thing I probably actually, like, collect or spend extra money on when I get it is games. Every once in a while, if it's not too expensive and it's something I really want, I'll buy like an anime figurine or something. But yeah, mostly it's games. Yeah, like I said, outside of buying games and the occasional anime figurine, everything else I buy is pretty functional. Like, if I don't need it or it doesn't serve some kind of purpose, I don't really buy it. I literally just finished saying, Snorchupicarp, that was part of my answer, is that outside of buying games and buying the occasional anime figurine, I don't really collect anything. Like, everything else I buy is functional. Well, define big. Last one, 250 plus. Might have to go back a ways for that. Looks like, well, yeah, the last thing I bought that was 250, that was more than 250 bucks was my graphics card. Other than that, it's like, I bought a new keyboard, I bought a replacement battery for my phone, I bought some more lights, a couple of USB wall charger adapters, replacement wireless headphones because my other ones got messed up. Like I'm saying, yeah, but that's the saying, like, if it's not
like it's games or gaming related, and like I said, maybe every once in a while I'll get an anime figurine, and everything else that I get is either to like replace something that broke or something that's functional that I need. Like I don't really have anything I can think of that I collect, that I just buy just to have a collection of. Yeah, like something that I need, or something that will, you know, make some aspect of my life easier that I didn't have before. But it's I very rarely buy anything just to have it. And even then, to a lesser extent, I mean, not really. Like I said, the closest thing I have to art is like anime figurines, maybe some posters here and there, but even then, like a lot of the posters I have around are like they're from a long time ago, I guess you could say. Like I haven't bought any new ones in a while. Like they just the ones that have been up on my wall, and then I never replaced them or added to them or anything. There's the prompt. I mean, how come I never got the grab prompt? There we go. My room is pretty well lit, and if I'm ever reading anything, it's usually like off of my pad. So it's not like light is an issue if I'm trying to read something at bedtime, because it's off of my. I keep wanting to say iPad, but it's not an iPad. It's just I'm trying to remember what the generic term for them is. But yeah, so those don't really have a lighting issue.
magic. I guess we'll just go with the damage up.
It appears I've still got a lot to learn.
Yeah, because he gets some really good stuff that's royal equipment that only he can use. Lets everybody else use it. Like, I've already got that golden gauntlet that teaches auto shield that I can't put on anybody but him. You didn't go? Or did you go to your doctor's appointment?
I'm always ready.
Not sure. When you say you had a doctor's appointment, it almost makes it sound like you didn't go to it. Okay. Oh no, but it could also be read as like, I had a doctor's appointment, you know, ... Like, kind of implying that you missed it. So, anything interesting at your doctor's appointment? Hopefully good news.
It appears I've still got a lot to learn.
Did he mention anything about the chairs?
I must stand and fight.
Never seen that one before.
That was one hard-fought battle.
Double back. Occasionally doubles the counterattack damage. There we go. Grab it.
know it's tough being so popular.
That was a close one.
Does she have room for absorb magic? Guess I can take that off.
Better say your prayers.
I'm out of here.
Guessing this one gets sent up to them. And they pull the thing on it to bring it back down. Hey, Star Nico. Enjoy your lurk. Yep. Now if I can get the... There we go. No. I can get the prompt. Alright, now the parties are back together.
Why were you looking for a Hannibal Lecter type person? Finally made it. Huh? We made it where? There's some nice treasure hidden at the top of this tower. Let's go get them. No, it's not.
That's it!
The magic stone! Cook, no! What?
Leave this to me. I'm an expert in stonology.
Oh, I get that part, but like, what was your purpose for looking for a Hannibal Lecter type person? Do you remember?
Don't touch that.
Don't touch it. Well, don't we need it? All right, let everyone be quiet. Let's see how a professional gets this job done. Quiet, please. Thank you. You can take notes if you want. All right. Where are girl stuff? We have to. Silent. Yikes. Ah!
Numara's here.
Hardened none. Hardened none. Spirit magic none. I know I have a level 3 hardened killer. No reason to have this on if there's nothing for them to steal. Okay, so I can't hit it with... I can't hit the big guy with magic. And let's see if this thing still counters spells. I think when I killed that other one, it said that its counter was gone. When I kill this next one, it'll probably lose something else. Do I only have Magic Killer level 1? Yeah, looks like it.
It appears I've still got a lot to learn.
Okay, so Ming and Sarah both learned a bunch of crap. Let's check on them.
Watch out! No, no, whoa, whoa, whoa! You guys, stop it!
Look at that. He did it all just to get the stone. You could learn from him.
I see.
captain said. Can I hold it?
I don't know. It's dangerous. It'll explode if you drop it.
A little dangerous. I mean, that thing could kill us all.
Yeah. Here, catch.
Got it.
Tolton, why didn't you catch it?
He said it was going to explode!
Oh, he's hopeless.
Give
me that.
You're welcome.
Enough fooling around.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't worry about him. I don't think he was breastfed.
Well, you get kind of cranky when you're 1,000 years old.
Oh, that's the old ship. I was wondering what the hell that circle was, but it's the ship that we had before. We got a treasure hunt we can do now that our locator is level 2. This is where Mom was born. She used to talk about this place all the time. Really? But there's something scary about this place. Duh, dummy, it's been abandoned, so of course it's that way. Sorry. Oh, don't worry, it's completely true. It used to be such a nice place. Sorry, is it alright if I go in for a moment? There's a poetry notebook of mine. It should still be somewhere inside. Just a simple notebook, but I want to keep it close since it contains the very first song Lyram sung for me. It must be the same song that Mom always sang to us. I bet that's the one. I'll go look for it too. Kaim, you don't mind, do you? Not at all. Hey, it looks like all the monsters are gone now. This place was full of them. Long time ago, I heard some people explain that the monsters were attracted to the gloomy energy here. I see. My inner feelings must have lured them all here, and then they hurt everyone. You shouldn't think of it that way. It seems that the monsters have departed. What further proof do you need that the negative energy is gone from your body? I suppose you're right. After all, I wouldn't be here today without all of you. Hope you understand how much I appreciate what you've done for me. I thought they said all the monsters were gone. What the hell kind of lie was that?
We must flee!
For right now, It's about 10 after, so I'm going to go ahead and go on my break. I'm not sure if there's a side quest in this place or not. Or if all that talking was just referring... I don't think it was referring to the treasure hunt. I feel like there's something else in here. I guess we'll look it up later. But I'm going to go on my break. I'll be back in 5, and then we'll continue. Alright, I'm back. And I looked it up a bit. There's an optional boss here. Doesn't really give anything special, but if I'm gonna do it, I'll wait till we're near the end of the game. Basically, once we've gotten to the point of no return, which is right before the last boss, that's when you're supposed. That's generally in most games when you go out and start doing all the side stuff. Although it is available right now. Okay, I thought I was supposed to go to Numara next. That's what the thing says. Okay. We just need to go around here a bit until the cutscene happens. Boats, huh? Rant about boats. Well, I've never owned a boat, but I've heard that there's a famous saying that the happiest times in a boat owner's life are when they buy their boat and when they sell their boat. Because apparently they're a massive pain in the ass to upkeep. And of course, there's also the issue of, you know, some people just don't go well on the water and get seasick. Yeah, I don't have a strong opinion on boats since I've only ever been on boats casually. Like, I've never been on a boat for a long trip.
Arthrosaurus.
Wasn't that turned into stone?
I would name it the SSSS.
In exchange for the stealing of your memories, right? It's a trap set by Gongora. He devised it so that Arthrosaurus would revive when my memories returned.
Said, land in Numara.
Aye, aye.
This time, Ming, we're gonna help you protect your kingdom.
Oh, that's a new one that just got put in. Wabon submitted those. It's apparently the cat girl robot waifu from the Blaster Master Zero games. I don't remember her name.
Guess he doesn't know who he's fooling with, climbing on board like this.
Set the pirate!
Said, stop the ship. We'll take him on right here.
Aye, aye, sir.
Wanna fight or what?
All things considered, it's actually not that intimidating.
That was close.
It's worth a lot of SP, though. Hey, that big Hulk headed for the city? The revived Arthosaurus pack will attack the city of Numara. Defeat them before they reach the city limits. Game is over if even a single Arthosaurus reaches Numara. Approach any Arthosaurus to begin battle and must defeat each one as quickly as possible. If you have trouble defeating them quickly, try halting their advancement by other means, such as putting them to sleep by using magic or rings. Sleeping Arthosauruses will stop moving for a while. Defeat them while they are sleeping. My treasures at the fish bed during this minigame. Try to pick them up as you battle the Arthosauruses. Okay. Actually, I do think those two look like they're closer.
Hey, I wasn't ready.
What the hell is the cyclone ring? No, we have, this is, there's 5 of them out there. We're basically racing to kill them all before they make it to the city. So basically they had shown in the flashback that Gongoro had to force Ming to seal her own memory, and he did that by having these Arthosauruses attack her city. So when she sealed her own memory, they turned to stone. But apparently there was a trigger that if she got her memory back, they would come back, and they have. So now we have to kill them all before they destroy the city. And that other one is getting really close. Like, uncomfortably close. They showed a scene where they were all supposed to go back to where they came from. And he didn't want to. He wanted to stay and basically take over this world. And that's why he sealed their memories so they can go back.
There's one more, but it's getting really... Fuck. I failed.
Nope, the town could not survive one fireball. I'm not sure how I can really DPS these things down any faster. And unfortunately, I don't have that many on me. I'd actually already been abusing them with Sed, and I don't really have too many more. Will you fuck off with that shit? I think I'm going faster than I did last time. But last time it made it to shore before I even got into a fight with it. I swear it spams this attack just because of the long-ass animation is helping the other ones get closer. So I'm guessing this whole sequence is just a DPS check to stop you if you're not ready for the next sections.
Like taking candy from a baby.
Alright, we defeated the Arthosaurus. Sure did. Lucky for us, homie. Yes, thank you. Well, that takes care of that. Let's see what's going on back in Numara. We can make it back to Crimson Forest now. There's a treasure hunt there that I need to do. I'll save all that stuff for later. Let's just continue with the story for right now. Oh, okay, everybody's healed up. So where's all the cheering, since we killed off all the Arthosauruses. Where are the cheering crowds welcoming us? So this way is blocked. I guess there's only one other way to go. So this is Lyram's house. Yep. Mom's, Dad's, Max, and my house. It's very nice. Lyram must have been happy here. Yeah. Read that before. Oh, I wanted to go upstairs. Thought maybe there'd be another cutscene or something in here, but I guess not. Welcome back, my queen.
Queen Meg is back.
Pretty popular, aren't you? Why don't you say something to them? I apologize for being away so long. I'm glad to see all of you well.
I'm glad to see you too, Queen. Still so beautiful and so strong.
And we can trust Queen Ming to defeat the Arthosaurus. Numara is saved. It's all thanks to you. Thank you so much, Queen Ming. So happy our queen is back. Hopefully you put General Kakanas in his place. Kakanas, huh? Guess your absence must have turned him loose. Well, now what, Ming? Are you going back to the palace? Kakanas may have some kind of trap set up. No, I'll be alright. I have an important task to take care of.
Alright, so do we finally get to go finish off Heihachi once and for all? ERGF EDCR. ERGF EDCR. E R F E E C. Is that right, or did I already forget it?
Okay, fuck that, I'm cheating. I'm cheating. G A G R F F E E D D C R. Alright, CCGG. FFEE. DDCR. Still need to go find 4 and 5 somewhere. EEDCC. EDEDC. GGF. EE. ECDEC. DDEDC. GGFEE. And DCDEC.
I speak with Her Majesty's voice.
Don't panic. Let's see how this plays out.
Welcome home, Your Majesty. Thank you all for bringing our queen home to us unharmed.
Wow, I didn't see that coming.
I don't trust him at all.
General, I have caused you concern. I ask that you look at me.
All of our people prayed for your safe return every day you were away from us. I am truly pleased.
Indeed.
You must be tired from your long journey. Please, rest and refresh yourself.
Okay, he's up to something. And that's what he's up to.
You had the right. At last, I have taken control of Numara and destroyed its weak pacifism. I shall never relinquish my hold on it. I think I'll see just how immortal our queen really is. Oh, do you see now? Numara is mine.
The people of Numara belong to no one!
Your Majesty?
General, you are such a fool.
You planned this!
Those who cannot conquer their desires shall never be fit to lead. How pathetic you are.
What? I'll kill you all!
Keep your guard up!
Oh, god damn it. How many turns does he fucking get?
I can make this nation stronger than pacifists and cowards like you! I am not finished yet! I will destroy you! Here!
Thanks.
Here!
I'm in your debt.
Should be almost dead. Oh yeah. I'm dead on the next hit.
Your Majesty, haven't you seen the state of the world? With pacifism as our only policy, we will never be perceived as equal to other nations. In truth, the day is coming soon when we will be forced to capitulate.
Yes, I realized after seeing the world that sometimes power is needed. But General, the power you seek is power only for yourself. That is why it is weak. Phew, that was a close one.
Your Majesty!
Maya.
Oh, you're safe! I'm so sorry we failed to anticipate Kakanas' scheme.
It's not your fault. I was too lenient with him by far. I afforded him the opportunity to run unchecked, and for that, the responsibility is mine.
Don't blame yourself. He's right. I mean, that general is twisted.
And yet, even he too is another of Gongora's many victims.
Yeah, he does really well by himself.
Your Majesty, may I know the names of your companions?
Oh, yes. Oh, excuse me. I haven't introduced you. These are my loyal ladies-in-waiting. Maya here is my chief lady-in-waiting.
Greetings and welcome to New Mara. We are honored.
Maya, these people have become my dear friends and should be treated with the greatest courtesy. We are all working for a common goal, and we have an urgent mission to complete.
A mission? And what of New Mara, Your Majesty? Your Majesty?
Until I carry out this mission, I shall have to be away from my people. During that time, I shall entrust Numara to the care of my ladies.
Oh, to us, Your Majesty?
Please do as I would. As you have been closest to me, I believe you are capable of what I ask. I shall return as swiftly as possible.
Yes, my queen. While Your Majesty is away, we shall protect New Mara. We shall not fail.
Got a new dream. Thousand years can change everything, including the landscape. Queen Ming surveys her capital from the palace window. The panoramic view is like a great history book. The volcano towering in the distance, which used to spew clouds of smoke, went dormant 700 years ago. Once part of the sea, the inlet was reclaimed 500 years ago to become a village for the fisherfolk who spend their lives on the ocean. The river once arced grandly across the landscape, but the deluge that occurred 300 years ago became the occasion for major flood control construction in the form of a perfectly straight channel. Where the river used to curve, there was now an oxbow lake in which reeds grow in profusion. The banks provide the people with a rich natural bounty. Even the area that formerly was a barren, rock-strewn wasteland became a vast fruit-bearing garden thanks to the irrigation project that was undertaken 200 years ago. The mountain that was the center of the people's religious faith was enveloped in sky-scorching flames 100 years ago. Formerly swathed in a thick green covering and seen as the home of the gods, the towering peak was transformed into a bare rock pile by a forest fire that burned for 3 days and nights. Almost everything that lived in the forest, birds and beasts of course, but many people too, died in the flames. People in the village below mourned the horrible transformation of their god's abode, but now, 100 years later, the mountain is as green as ever. The people of the village and the people of the mountain still tell the story of the fire, but today's children can hardly imagine that the rich green slopes were once charred and blackened. Restored, though, to its original green lushness, of course, the mountain could well be enveloped in flames again, 100 years from now, 200 years from now, or even tomorrow. Even if it should be charred bare again, however, trees would sprout anew, the birds and beasts and insects chased away by the fire would return to their homes, and, given enough time, the mountain would be covered in green as before. Such are the workings of nature. Given enough time, dizzying stretches of time. But no, to become dizzy at the thought of vast stretches of time is a privilege of the ordinary folk, those who have no choice but to devote all their energies to living in the present. How fortunate they are to be able to look back to the past of 1,000 years ago like an old man telling a child a fairy tale. Once upon a time, a long, long time ago. How truly fortunate one would be to be able to tell the story of this country's future as a rosy dream the way children relate their own dreams of the future with flashing eyes, and to entrust that dream to the next reign. Ming stands at the window like this every morning. It's a special time of day for her when she thinks about the livelihood of her subjects, watches for signs of enemy intrusions, and ponders the measures she must wish to adopt. She has done this every day without fail for the past 1,000 years. The country has flourished. The people no longer starve as they did when she first took the throne. Future historians will no doubt sing the praises of Ming's 1,000-year reign. She will be extolled as the 1,000-year-old queen, and her noble figure will be vividly engraved in people's memories. Cherishing these memories of her, however, people would die before she does. Historians who praise her too, instead of witnessing her reign to its end, will themselves become a part of history. Ming has been queen for the past 1,000 years. Probably will be for the next 1,000 years as well. Majesty is in excellent spirits again this morning, I trust. She hears the voice behind her. Her gaze still fixed on the streets of the city below, Ming answers, "You are early today." Not so early if Her Majesty herself is already observing the smoke rising from the cauldrons of her people. She need not turn to ascertain the identity of the smiling face behind her. It belongs to Nagram, her senior minister. The smile is courtly, genial, but deep within the narrowed eyes she knows there resides a dark gleam. Today I will accompany Her Majesty in the inspection of the troops. You? Yes, owing to a slight change in assignments today. Is that so? I am hardly up to the task, but I will do my best if Her Majesty will allow me to serve her in this capacity. I beg her permission. With her back still turned to Nagram, Ming gives a silent nod. Ah, yes, she thinks to herself with a bitter smile. Their plan goes into action today. Ming has sensed for a very long time that Nagram is up to no good. He apparently has seized command of certain units of the Royal Guard. Scattered throughout the city, too, his people are lying low, ready to set fires as soon as his orders come down. No doubt about it, today, when the regular ceremonial inspection of the troops is scheduled to take place, is a perfect day for a coup. When Nagram leaves, Ming enters her office and summons Hans, the most senior of her ministers, a true elder statesman and her most trusted confidant. Hans, who sports a luxurious beard, has served Ming for over 40 years. Your Majesty, I understand Nagram was here earlier. Yes, apparently he's to accompany me to the inspection of the troops. This is all she has to tell him. Stroking his bushy beard, Hans says, "That means they've run out of patience." "I know," replies Ming. "I'm sure they can't wait to get started." What a fool Nagram is. He has absolutely no idea that Your Majesty has been letting him set his own trap. If he was smart enough to realize that, he would be taking at least 2 more years to make his preparations. Then he would have much more power at his disposal. He could link up not just with the Royal Guard, but also the main body of the army and the police force. He could conspire with external enemies, arrange for them to invade just as the ceremonies were getting underway. Then his coup would probably succeed. He had the long-range vision to include the wealthy merchants and the intelligentsia among his allies. He might even be able to mount a revolution that would overthrow the monarchy itself. That is what I would do if I was Nagram. As long as I was undertaking a coup, I would think about that much at least. Hans' smile could not hide the fact that all this talk of successful revolution was making him uncomfortable. Her Majesty is unmatched by any enemy except one, Her Majesty herself. He may be right, Ming thinks. If she had an enemy with an eternal life like hers who was willing to devote all the time needed to planning a revolution, be it a whole century or even 2, the result would surely go beyond revolution and develop into full-scale civil war. Human lives, however, are limited in duration. Because of this limitation, humans rush to achieve results before they are ready. Nagram is one of them. If he could live 200 years, to say nothing of 1,000, he would not be trying to take up arms at such an in-between point in time. Still, says Hans, I have to admit that Nagram has extended his forces far more successfully than I ever imagined. What have I been doing all this time? Utterly ashamed of myself. Don't let it bother you, Hans. Thanks to your inattention, we will probably be able to smoke out many more rats. Ming gives a satisfied chuckle. Nor is this mere bravado on her part. They chose not to arrest Negrom at an earlier stage, but allowed him to swim free for a while in order to take this opportunity to net the entire force of rebels, both inside and outside the palace. Yes, I know, Hans replies, and goes on to explain the plan for crushing the coup. His plans are impeccable. The coup has virtually no chance of succeeding. All they need to do is carry out a wholesale arrest of the rebel royal guard units that rise up in the palace, and the partisans lurking in the city, and it will be some time before any more individuals with outsized ambitions show up again. This will be our first purge in 15 years, Hans remarks. Has it been that long? It certainly has, Your Majesty. This fine beard of mine was jet black last time. Hans commanded the troops to put down the coup 15 years ago. Loyal, courageous, and cool-headed, he is the ideal staff officer. Without a doubt, he is one of the very best military advisors Ming has had in over 1,000 years on the throne. How selfish of me, Hans. I should have let you retire years ago. That is out of the question, Your Majesty. Serving you is my life. I am deeply honored to have this final opportunity to be of service. True. Not even this superb retainer could be with her through all eternity. In another 5 years, 10 at the most, Hans, like other loyal retainers of the past, would be laid to rest to the sound of military cannons. It is always like this. Just as the ambitious ones rush to make their mark because they cannot live forever, the loyal ones in whom she can place her complete confidence stake their very lives on serving her because they cannot live forever. They carve their names in a single line of history, and they depart from Ming for the rest of eternity. Ming herself, though, goes on living. Eternal youth, immortality. So this is the dream of humanity, is it? None of them knows the loneliness of eternal life. When Hans next addresses Ming, there is a new urgency in his voice. About the troops that will quell the uprising, I will command the ones outside the palace. Do I have Her Majesty's permission to put command of the interior palace guards in the hands of my young protege, Jan? Ah yes, Jan. He may be young, but he is extremely capable. I have nurtured him carefully. I know he will serve Your Majesty splendidly after this old soldier is gone. I would like to give him the opportunity to distinguish himself in the current emergency. Ming herself is fully aware of Jan's outstanding qualities. Young as he most certainly is, he far excels the other chamberlains in both the civil and military arts. He is undoubtedly the prime candidate to succeed Hans as Ming's top general. What are Her Majesty's thoughts on the matter? All right then, let him take charge. Majesty has my unbounded thanks. I am sure Jan himself will be deeply moved to learn that he has earned Her Majesty's confidence. Hans all but prostrates himself before her, an expression of relief on his face at having obtained Ming's permission. But still, he continues, Majesty has been wary of Negron for a long time. True, she says. Meanwhile, this old soldier of yours had no idea whatever that Negron might be planning a rebellion. I'm deeply ashamed to confess it now, but to me he seemed the very model of loyalty. How is it that Her Majesty was able to see Negron's actual disloyalty? Ming only smiles without answering his question. The same thing happened at the time of the coup 15 years ago, Hans continues. The only reason that we were able to suppress the revolt before it even got started was that Her Majesty saw it coming before anyone else. Then as now, I was blind to the traitor's plot. If you say so, Hans. Has Her Majesty forgotten? Well, it was so long ago. Ming tries to evade the issue. There's no way she could have forgotten. The ringleader of the coup 15 years ago was her most trusted retainer. When she first broached the subject to Hans and the others, warning them to be on their guard against the man, all without exception insisted that he, above all, was beyond reproach. In the end, Ming's suspicions proved to be correct. She knew. However faithfully he carried out her orders, however warmly he swore his loyalty, she knew. These days, however, she has begun to wonder on occasion if that is something to be grateful for. The landscape is not the only thing that changes in 1,000 years. People's hearts also change. After numberless meetings and partings over the century, Ming has come to realize the fragility, the evanescence of trust. She no longer trusts anything in words, neither can she fully trust everything in action. She knows by looking in a person's eyes. That way she can tell everything, to a mysterious and disheartening degree. In the eyes of all those who would bring harm to this country, without exception, there resides a dark gleam. It is there in all of them. The man plotting a coup, the man secretly involved with foreign enemies, the man fattening his purse with heavy taxes wrung from the people, the female spy who seduces high ministers to extract state secrets, the man who accepts huge bribes from merchants eager for the glory of becoming an official purveyor of the royal household. Neither their words nor their deeds give them away. Often the man himself has no idea of the misdeeds he will later commit. But Ming can tell. Only Ming, who has lived for 1,000 years. The silent voices tell her, be careful of this man. Don't take your eyes off of that woman. This was not the case in her youth, but having repeatedly tasted the bitter experience of betrayal, having been assailed by her own regrets and self-reproach, she has learned to doubt. Ming can see what no one else can, that dark gleam deep in the eyes. This has enabled her to ward off a variety of disasters before they could start. The kingdom has managed to flourish because Ming has more than often chosen to doubt than to believe. This is the best course for her to follow as a queen. It is, however, an infinitely lonely way to live. Nagram's coup collapses in an instant. The rebel units of the Royal Guard, who draw their swords against Ming during the inspection of the troops in the plaza, become the prey of Yan and his men, who have been hiding around the perimeter. Meanwhile, the anti-rebel forces under Han's command pounce on Nagram's followers, who have been gathering to set fire to the city and arrest them without resistance. Poor Nagram grovels on the earth, begging for his life. To him, Ming says only, I grant you the right to die with honor. A soldier lays a sword before Nagram. Wordlessly, Ming conveys to Nagram that it is time for him to take his own life. She turns on her heels and returns to the palace under armed escort. This will keep anyone from having thoughts of fomenting rebellion, for a while at least. The peace of the kingdom has been preserved, but it will not last forever. The memory of Nagram's coup begins to fade, 10 years from now, or 20, or even 100. Another man with ambition will emerge, as has happened so many times before. It is the role of the queen to accept this endlessly repeating cycle, Ming tells herself, sighing. Ming is standing at the palace window, surveying the city streets below when Yan enters the room. Your Majesty, I am here to report that Nagram successfully took his own life a short while ago. Oh, did he dispatch himself with dignity? He did. Traitor though he was, he died in a way befitting a commanding general. Return his body to his family with all due ceremony. She turns and stares straight at Yan, whose spine stiffens under the onslaught of her gaze. And then she sees it, without a doubt. That dark gleam flashes deep within his eyes for one fleeting instant. So Yan is another one, is he? She thinks with a bitter smile. Unable to fathom the meaning of her smile, Yan is at a loss for words. Thank you for all your efforts, Ming says to him. Pressing aside, she turns to the window again. The sky stretches overhead in an expanse of blue. The only thing unchanged for the past 1,000 years may be the blue of that sky. But still, I am the queen, Ming tells herself, meditating on her role. I am the one who rules this country and maintains the people's happiness. She gazes long and hard at the sky, rising to her full, proud height. Oh, look, it's Queen Ming! The little boy in the alleyway below the castle spots Ming and begins waving at her wildly. Queen Ming! Queen Ming! A woman, the boy's mother no doubt, charges out of a doorway and bowing humbly to Ming, begins scolding the boy for his rude behavior. Ming herself, however, waves back at him, a placid smile on her face. Smiling joyfully at this unexpected response from Her Majesty the Queen, the boy starts jumping up and down, shouting, Long live the Queen Ming! Long live Queen Ming! Ming stares at the sky above. Unchanged though it has been for 1,000 years, the blue of the sky penetrates more deeply into her eyes and her heart than it ever did in the days of her youth.
We should take the white boa.
The white boa?
If it's a ship you need, we have the Nautilus.
To get through the ice fields, we'll need a ship that can break the ice with its hull. And the white boa can do that.
Well, it's true the Nautilus doesn't have as much strength. She'd probably be no match against the ice. I guess she wouldn't be right for this one.
Oh, I meant no insult to the Nautilus. She has shown unmatched maneuverability. And we shall have need of her again. Please, lend us your help when we need it.
Yeah, sure. Leave it to me.
We should be able to berth the Nautilus inside the white boa. That way we could use either ship when needed.
That's true. I shall go ahead of you to the harbor to give instructions for our departure.
Ming.
What is it?
Will you go back? Not to our world, but to your country. You must choose at some point. A 1,000 years is a long time.
There are many important things to be done in this world. Kaim. What will you do?
Yeah, because the first time we were going through this area, we were on the run. We couldn't actually enter any of the rooms. It's kind of overkill on the save points that there's a save point in every one of these, though. We can go perform that now. Okay. GBAD, GABG, DRGD, EAGA, BEBE. G B A D. Hey Irby, thank you very much for the resub. How you doing? Just wake up? Okay, it's on GABG. DRGD. EAGA. And BEBE. Magic defense boost 2. Only missing 3. I think Evening Bell is in Numara, so we can probably do that right now, and then after that I'd have to call it. Okay, Numara, Canal Street. And then the other 2 we can get at the start of stream tomorrow, and then we'll have all the dreams done. Need to find Canal Street. Square. I'm so slow. She really ought to stay home and take care of housework instead. She's getting too old for this. Oh, sorry. Is this the right one, or is this one of the other ones that we... This is one of the new ones. My mother stands by the island pier, waiting for her son. Her luggage is bigger than she is. Dressed in her finest traveling clothes, she seems hardly able to contain her excitement as she speaks to Kine, who happens to be waiting for the same boat to arrive. I got a letter from him, she says. Almost 30 years had passed since her only son left the island of his birth. There was no word of him in all that time until he recently wrote announcing his successes and his plan to bring her to the mainland. I've been alone ever since I lost my husband, so just to think I might be able to spend the rest of my life with my son, his wife, and my grandchildren. She sold the house she had always lived in and has been waiting for her son to come for her. The letter arrived over a week ago. I wonder why it's taking him so long. The seas are calm. Kine arrived here on yesterday's ferry. You mean he's late? Kine asks with some surprise. Very, she replies, forcing a smile. I wonder what's wrong. Maybe he got busy all of a sudden and can't pull himself away from his work. He hasn't written again to explain. He's never bothered with things like that, not since he was a child, she says, straining to smile again and glancing towards the horizon. No bigger than a dot at first, the boat is now big enough for a clear view of the masts and silhouette. Anyhow, I'm not worried. I know he'll be on this boat, she says, raising herself from the dockside crate in which she is sitting and waving a handkerchief toward the approaching vessel. Kime also stares hard at the boat, and gives his eyes a stern expression. Young man? The sound of the mother's voice, Kime hastens to soften his gaze before turning toward her. You're a traveler, aren't you? That's right, he says. I saw you arrive on yesterday's ferry. Are you leaving so soon? She is obviously curious about the stranger, but her face shows no wariness towards outsiders. Relieved to see this, Kime replies, I'm doing the same thing you are, waiting for someone to arrive. On this boat? Yes, probably. You haven't been in touch with the person. No, we haven't agreed on a time. I might be waiting for nothing too. Oh, really? Kaim evades further questioning with a strained smile. It's not something he can discuss with just anyone. He is on a secret mission, one that must not fail. The woman still wears a look of puzzlement, but their conversation is swallowed up in the general hubbub on shore, accompanying the approach of a boat. At last the ferry arrives. One by one the passengers alight after their half-day trip from the capital and the mainland. Clutching the handkerchief to her breast, the mother scans each of them. There are peddlers who travel from island to island hawking their wares, and men who have come to do larger-scale trading. Sunburned young men and women who arrive from the mainland in groups to work on the island's farms, and men coming home to the island after a season of labor on the mainland. None of the dozens of passengers, however, is the woman's son. Once it has disgorged its island-bound passengers, the ferry takes on people crossing to the mainland. Readers on the pier give way to well-wishers. The mother turns her back on the pier's hustle and bustle and plods her way towards the town. She hoists a heavy pack onto her back and lifts a large suitcase in each hand. But she has taken only a few steps when the pack begins to slide off. Kaim reaches out to keep it from falling. The woman turns with a look of surprise when she realizes that Kaim is alone. She asks, "So your person didn't come either?" "Looks that way." With only one ferry a day from the mainland, all they can do is wait until tomorrow. "Are you going to stay on the island until your friend comes?" "I might have to." "You could run up quite a hotel bill that way." "All right. I'm used to camping out." "Camping out?" she exclaims with a look of amazement. Then she smiles and says, "Oh well, you're young and in good condition. A few days sleeping outdoors shouldn't be too hard on you." "What are you going to do, ma'am? Go back home?" "I wish I could. I sold my house last week. I was so sure my son would come get me right away." A hint of discouragement clouds her face, but she quickly recovers her smile and continues. "The money I got for the house is a nice little bundle, so I've decided to spend freely for a change. See that large hotel over there? Staying in their biggest room and taking it easy all day and night, too. I'm disappointed when he doesn't show up, of course, but I've worked my fingers to the bone all these years. It won't hurt for me to indulge myself just this little bit." Though delivered with a smile, her words touch Kaim deeply. In her case, "worked my fingers to the bone" is not just a figure of speech, as evidenced by her suntanned face, which is so unsuited to the cosmetics she has applied to greet her son, and especially by her bony fingers, so ill-concealed by the cheap ring she is wearing. Hard as she undoubtedly worked, life has granted her few rewards. There is nothing expensive about her luggage. "I'm sure your son will be here tomorrow," Kaim says. Her deeply wrinkled face breaks into a joyous smile. "Yes, of course, tomorrow for sure," she says with a deep nod. "I hope the person you're waiting for comes on tomorrow's boat too." "Thank you very much," he replies. "I have an idea," she says. "You might get sick camping out. If you'd like, why not stay in my hotel? I'm sure we could arrange something for one extra person." Kaim senses that she is not suggesting this out of mere politeness, which is precisely why he demurs with a smile and a nod. "Thanks just the same," he says, "but don't worry about it. Just take the rest you deserve after all your long years of hard work." "If you say so." She seems somewhat disappointed, but does not press him to accept. As he watches her trudge off towards her hotel alone, all but hidden from view by her huge bundles, Kaim wonders if perhaps she was hoping that his company might ease her concern that her son might not show up after all. Even so, he decides not to chase after her and retracts his refusal. He is the wrong man to spend time with a mother whose only dream is to have a happy old age. Most likely, when tomorrow's boat arrives, she will finally be reunited with the son she has longed to see all these years. The person that Kaim is waiting for will also most certainly cross over to the island tomorrow. The mother will undoubtedly shed great tears when her reunion takes place. Kaim, on the other hand, has a bloody job to perform when he encounters the man he's waiting for. Oh, this isn't going to end well. Kaim has been hunting him. The man is a fugitive, and there is a reward on his head. He is known as the boss of an underworld gang in the capital, and he has committed crimes without number. Robbery, fraud, extortion, assault, and even murder. To cap his life of crime, he double-crossed his own gang and ran off with a great deal of money. Word reached the gang only a few days ago that the man is headed for this island, the place of his birth. They hired Kime to take care of him. The fact that they hired Kime means they are ready to have him killed on sight. Kime and the mother meet at the dock again the next day at the same time. And again the next day, and the next, and the day after that. The ones they are waiting for never come. A week goes by. The mother switches accommodations from her expensive hotel to a cheap inn frequented by traveling peddlers. Actually, I'm more comfortable in a cheap place like this, she tells Kime with a laugh, but more than likely her money would have run out in the first hotel. Your person is very late too, she observes. True. Who is it? He sidesteps the issue with a strained smile. He cannot answer her question if he is going to carry out his duty. Besides, he feels a tiny premonition deep inside. The mother stops questioning him and says, I hope your person comes soon. Another 3 days go by. A messenger from the gang, disguised as a peddler, whispers to Kime as he steps on the ferry. We think he's still hiding in the capital. We're looking in every rat hole we can find, but there's no sign of him. Kime nods silently and glances at the boat. Even after the last passenger alights, the mother stands on the pier, looking up at the boat's empty deck. Let me ask you, young man, the mother says to Kime 3 days later. Does the place where you're camping out have a roof to keep the dew off? Kime's been sleeping in a dilapidated old house he found near the harbor. All I need is a place to sleep, she says. Would you mind if I joined you there? What's that? The place I'm staying in now is not much better than a ruin. Sure I'd be fine wherever you're staying, yes? Sure I'd be fine. She smiles like a child who has found a new source of mischief. Kime does not refuse her. More precisely, he cannot refuse her. She's probably run out of money even to stay in her current flophouse. Kime has noticed her cheap rings gradually disappearing from her bony fingers. As they pass the night in the abandoned building, the moon their only source of light, the mother, without prompting from Kane, spills out her memories of her son. They are by no means pleasant memories. Known as a roughneck even from his earliest years, the boy was hated by all the neighbors and caused his parents a good deal of shame. He would steal our money, stay out all night partying, and before we knew it, he was the #1 thug on the island. He was always getting into fights and bothering girls. During the island's annual festival, he would go wild to destroy property, so my husband and I would have to go around apologizing to everyone. The father, a skilled stonemason, lost his job when the son stole valuables from the boss's house. The mother could hardly walk down the street without being subjected to the glares and finger-pointing of the neighbors. Things got especially bad after her son set fire to the island assembly hall just for fun. Parents raised him badly. The boy's misbehavior is a parent's responsibility. The son has become such a thug because his mother spoiled him rotten. It's the parent's fault, the father's fault, the mother's fault, your fault. They had heard it all. It was so hard for us on a little island like this. There was no place we could hide. The boy was 18 when he finally ran away from home, or rather, left the island when his parents all but disowned him. The other islanders rejoiced as if a plague had been lifted. One man went so far as to deliberately let the parents overhear him declaring, I hope that bastard goes to the capital and dies in the gutter. The boy's father died 5 years ago. To the very end, he would not forgive his son, and in his final delirium, he was still apologizing to the islanders. But still, to a mother, any son is the baby she once carried. I never heard a word from him, but I went on praying that he would stay healthy in the capital, that he wouldn't catch whatever epidemic was going around, and he wouldn't get into fights. But that's just me, I guess. She gives Kime a bitter smile. Or maybe it's just me being a mother, she adds. You have parents too, I suppose. Of course you do. Everyone has parents. True. Are your father and mother alive and well? Kime bows his head in silence. On a journey with no clear beginning and no definable end, Kime is unable to answer a question like this. Instead, he asks the woman, what is the first thing you'll say when you finally get to meet your son? Good question, says the mother. After thinking it over a few moments, she replies, I won't actually say anything. I think I'll just hug him and say nothing at all. I'll hold him tight and let him know how glad I am he's alive and well. Just supposing, though. Kime presses her gently. If you knew that he had lived a less than exemplary life in the capital, too, would you still give him a hug? Her response is instantaneous. First I'd hug him, then I'd give him a good talking to. She smiles shyly at Kime and adds, That's what being a parent is all about. The next morning, she runs a high fever. She may have survived the dew, but a night in the dilapidated building has taken a toll on the old woman's health. Even so, when it's time for the ferry to arrive, she struggles to her feet and heads towards the pier with uncertain steps. Alarmed, Kime holds her back. You're in no shape to be going out, he says. Despite his attempts to bring down her fever with cool spring water from the forest, it is as high as ever. Her labored breathing has taken on a congested rumbling. I have to go, she insists. My son is coming for me. I'm going to see him. She sweeps away Kime's restraining hand, but the effort causes her to lose her balance and sink to her knees. If he's on board, I'll bring him here, Kime assures her. Tell me how I can recognize him. Cradled in Kime's arms, half delirious with fever, the old woman mutters, On his left cheek. Before he left the island, he got in a fight. Somebody cut him. He has a scar. Kime nods and lowers the old woman to a straw mat spread on the ground. He fights back a sigh and closes his eyes momentarily, then stares hard back through a small window at the ferry dock. His suspicions were right after all, though he was sure of it last night. Kime was given a written description of the man he took on the assignment from the gang. There could be no doubt. Scar on left cheek. The ferry is approaching the harbor. The pier is showing signs of activity. Kime starts for the door. Behind him he hears the woman saying, Please don't kill him. Don't kill my boy. Kime stops short, but instead of turning round, he bites his lip. I don't know what he did in the capital, but don't kill him, please. So she knows too. She knows everything. If you have to kill him, if you absolutely have to, please before you do it, let me just... Kime leaves the ruin in silence. His steps are uncertain as he makes his way in the blinding glare of the afternoon sun. This time the man is there. Trying to lose himself among the traveling peddlers, the man with the price on his head and the scar on his left cheek steps down to the pier. He is far more emaciated than Kime's written description would have led him to believe. No doubt he is exhausted from his years as a fugitive. Still, he has fulfilled his promise to his mother by coming back to the island of his birth. No, Nami, we're getting close, but we're still on it. His eyes dart fearfully over the pier. His expression changes from that of a man searching for someone to the panicked look of a child who has become separated from his parent. Kime slowly plants himself in front of him. The man knows nothing of Kime's mission, of course, and he has never met him before. But he has the instincts of an inhabitant of the back alleys. His face freezes and he turns to flee. Kime grabs him by the shoulder, but lightly, in a way that would make an onlooker think he was witnessing the joyful reunion of friends. The man tries to shake off the hand to no avail. It would be easy enough for Kime to kill him on the spot. His eyes show that he has no strength left to fight. Kime has far more experience than the man does at surviving potentially fatal encounters. The man knows this. If you're going to kill me, get it over with, he snarls. But if you've got a trace of kindness in you, you give me one last chance to do something good for my mother. It won't take long, just let me see her, once, and you can do whatever you like with me. Kime lets his hand drop from the man's shoulder. He is not going to run away. So I didn't make it after all, he says with a forced smile. His face tells Kime that he has probably resigned himself to his fate. It suggests, too, an air of relief at having finally brought his life as a fugitive to an end. How many men have you killed? He asks Kime. I don't have an answer to that. I don't really want you to tell me. It's just that, well, looking at you, I'd say I'm older than you are. There are some things a person comes to realize when he's lived a long time. Think about the guys you've killed.
Every single one of them had parents. Killing a person means killing somebody's child, right? And that finally dawned on me. I left the gang. Gangs don't pay retirement bonuses, so I sort of borrowed a little money from them and thought I'd use it to... Oh, I've given my mother a hard time all these years. His voice grows thick and muffled. He shakes off the emotion and proclaims with a laugh. Ah, what the hell. That's a lot of sentimental nonsense. I don't know how many guys I've killed over the years, so I figure I'm getting what I deserve. I can't hate you for what you're doing. A shout comes from the ferry deck. You'll be departing shortly. All passengers bound for the capital should be boarding now. Kime looks hard at the man and says, just tell me one thing. The man says nothing in reply, but Kime continues. What's the first thing you're going to do when you see your mother? Huh? What are you talking about? Never mind. Just answer the question. Say I'm back. No, I won't say anything. I'll just take her in my arms, that's all. Give her a big hug. Sure, that's what parents and children are all about. Kime relaxes the grim expression on his face and jerks his chin toward the forest beyond the pier. There's an old broken-down house in the woods. Your mother's waiting for you there. Go to her. What are you talking about? Don't ever come back to the capital, and don't stay on this island. Take another ferry and go far away to some other island with your mother. The man looks stunned. His voice is trembling. Kime says nothing more. He leaves the man behind and strides towards the boat before it can depart. Mission accomplished. Kime does not care if, in return for this deed, he is labeled a traitor to be pursued by the gang. The image of his own parents praying for their son's welfare has long since faded from his memory. Pulling out! Please hurry! Come the cries of the ferry's crew. The big gong is ringing. Startled by the sounds reverberating between the vast stretch of ocean and the open sky, brightly colored birds start up from the forest. Large birds and small birds. Parents and their young. Larger birds seem almost to be shielding the smaller ones beneath their slowly beating outstretched wings. Well, that wasn't the one that I was looking for, but after having read that one, we're definitely over time. So, I guess first thing tomorrow when we start up, we'll do the last two of the 1,000 Years of Dreams, and then continue forward. We've still got a few more dungeons before we get to the point of no return before the last boss, and then we'll figure out what side stuff we want to do. So yeah, even though we're getting close to the end of this, there's still a bit left. Where the hell is the save point? Why is there no save point in the end? There's always supposed to be a save point in the end. That's where I don't want to go. I don't want to trigger a cutscene that's telling me that's where I'm supposed to go. That's right, I think the save point was in front of the palace. It's telling me that the port is the next place I'm supposed to go, so I'm worried it'll start a long set of cutscenes or something if I go there. Okay, there used to be a save point right here. Got rid of all the damn save points.
go all the way back to the room in the back. Got 4 save points right next to each other in all these rooms, but none throughout the rest of the damn city. I'm gonna leave this on for a bit because now that stream is over, I have to go through all of my the other 3 games that I have for this and install them all, since I now know how to do that. And I'm also worried that that either the laser or the disk drive is starting to go bad on this, since it didn't want to read from the disk and I had to install it. Fun. Yeah, I've got, see, I think Blue Dragon is 3 discs, Magna Carta 2 is 2, I think Infinite Undiscovery is also 2. So that's like 7 discs I have to install now, just for safety's sake. But yeah, I mean, looking at the actual FAQ here. Yeah, we're not progressing as fast as I thought we would. Disc 4 is definitely a lot longer than it would appear to be. Because we still have 3 dungeons. We basically only got through 1, technically 2 today. I didn't think it was going to be a dungeon per se, since it was returning to the town of Numara, but there was that whole thing with stopping the 5 monsters from reaching the shore, and then the boss battle and everything else happening there, so it practically was a dungeon. But yeah, there's 3 more dungeons before we get to the point of no return, which, as per usual, is like right before the last boss, and then you can go back and a bunch of side stuff opens up. I think a lot of it's actually opened up now, but probably just do it then. Still need to look up what I am and am not going to do, because there is quite a bit. There's the treasure hunts. This I haven't even found. The arena. I'll have to look at the rewards for it, see if it's even worth doing. Then there's tracking down all the royal seals now that we have Tolton with us. There's invisible treasure chests that we have to get from a cubic music score that we get from the pirate island. There's more with the seeds, a lost pirate crew thing, and then all the little minor side quest things all over the place. So yeah, it's a lot of extra stuff to do in this game. I'm definitely not going to do all of it, so that's why I say it's a matter of figuring out what I do and don't want to do. Because even then, the end result of doing all of this stuff is going to be that I'll probably end up being super overpowered and just completely bitch slap the last boss, which I don't really want to do. That kind of takes all the fun out of getting the ending when the last boss is something that you just completely steamroll. I'm not really interested in doing any super bosses either, since, I mean, half the time the item that you get for killing the super boss
is meaningless because you were already able to kill the super boss. What do you need it? What do you need it for after that? That, and they pretty much never have any kind of narrative addition to the story. It's just some random overpowered thing that you fight. But yeah. I honestly am going to miss this game a little bit when it's done. I've really enjoyed it. It's definitely going to be a while until we see another character that's as interesting as Jansen. And then just all the stories with the main characters and everything are really well done. It's a huge difference from most JRPGs where it's like a 15-year-old or something going out to save the world and kill God. In this one, you've got literal 1,000-year-old characters that have basically seen every kind of shit you could possibly see. The somber tone of it and everything. It's not the type of game that you see too often, so it always feels a little bit of I guess a little bit of that trying to figure out the right word for it. You get that kind of little empty feeling after you finish something that you really liked and you know it's over. I can already feel that starting to well up. But anyway, I've rambled long enough. Go ahead and give call outs to who is here today, and we'll go ahead and end. Nami, Irby, Ragna, Kazi, Snow Chupicarp, Jigs, Star Neko. Thank you all for coming in and chatting with me while I play. And thank you, Irby, for the resubscribe. And thank you to anybody else who may have been lurking and watching. We'll be continuing this tomorrow, same time, 2 a.m. Central Standard Time. Check the schedule below for the time in your area. And as I said, we'll be probably starting upstream, and we're going to finish off the last 2 little visual novel 1,000 Years of Dream segments. And then we'll start pushing story until we get to where we figure out what side stuff we're going to do. So, I guess as for right now, let me see if I can find someone to raid. Really not getting anybody on. I guess we'll go ahead and read Swishface. Looks like he's just starting up. Looks like he's still playing Hades. So, as per usual, let's go ahead and jump in, say hi. Hope to see you all next time, and until then.
Bye-bye, everybody!